I ask questions about it. Well, you're making claims about the sun. What is the sun?
Okay, all you have
You're
to know is that it's a
describing
huge-
it, but you're not telling me what it is.
Dude. First off, like the question
Dude.
I asked you, the first thing I asked you, the question I
Bro,
okay, are you going to engage?
dude,
Honestly, or are you just going to keep over talking?
bro, dude.
Okay, yeah, run away.
What's the sun?
Yeah, run away.
What's the sun?
Now remember, the question I
You're
asked
the one running away. You won't tell me what the sun is. I don't need you to describe it. I need you to tell me what it is.
All right, listen.
Yeah,
Okay. What is it?
You said the sun sets. How come? And he said, well, what's the sun?
Yeah. So what I'm talking about, right, the question I asked is an internal critique of your view, right? All I need for the sun to be in your view is something, right, that flies around the sky on the over the flat plane. Okay? No matter what.
So you're going to create a straw man argument.
Okay. Great.
You're going to create a straw man argument. What?
So,
did I make a claim about the sun, or did you?
Okay, great. So what do you think the sun is?
I asked you.
I'm talking about.
I have no idea what the sun is. You're making up stories about the sun that you can't validate, right?
But I'm talking about your view, right?
I told you already. I don't know what the sun is. That's my view. I don't know what it is. You've described something that you can't validate, and then you're making claims about it, and then you reverse the burden of proof. So you're not having a very good day here, friend.
No, listen. I'm talking about your view. You don't have to know what the sun is made of.
Why are you strawmanning me? Why are you strawmanning me? I didn't make any claims about the sun. Why are you talking about my view when I already asked you about the sun that you claimed?
How did I just strawman you just there?
You're talking about my view. And then you called, all I have to do is assume that you're going to make this thing, the sun that goes around the flat earth. That I didn't say anything about the sun.
Okay, great.
You made that up on your own. That's your imagination.
Do you understand what an internal critique is?
Okay, what are you critiquing? Did I make any claims about the sun?
Your view. Okay. Now, if I get your view wrong,
what is my view? Why don't you tell me what my view? Define my thoughts and tell me what my view is about the sun.
I'm trying to. Right. I'm asking.
Yes, so you're going to make something up and say that it's my argument, right? Is that what you're going to do?
I'm going to ask you, and if I get it wrong, you tell me where I got it wrong. Okay.
Okay, you've already asked me, and I've already told you. So why are you continuing to ask when I've already answered? Did you not hear me? No, I'm not making any claims about the sun. I have no idea what the sun is.
All you did say you don't know what the sun is, but that's not necessary. Okay. Now let me see if I get this correct. You think that it's a flat plane. Okay. You don't even have to say like that. You know the shape of the Earth. That's fine. But there is a thing in the sky that we call the sun. Do you agree with that so far?
Yeah, we call it the sun. I'll agree with you.
Right. Is there like a process that we call sun rising and sun setting?
We describe something that we observe, and that's what they call it. Mm-hmm. I sometimes use that expression. Sure, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. You think it's an object and it's in the sky? Does it move?
No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay. No, that was a straw man. Very quickly, you did that. So I don't make that claim. You made that claim.
So what is it?
I have no idea. I've already told you this. But you made a claim about it, and you said it was a large star, right? In a galaxy, and you can't define any of those terms. Why not?
Wait. You were asking me about my view, but that's totally irrelevant. That's why I kept saying it's irrelevant. I'm asking your view now.
So, okay, you made a claim, and now you're running away from it. Why are you running away from this claim that you made?
The questions you're asking me were about my view. It's irrelevant. I'm talking about your view, okay? Now, let's just see.
It's irrelevant? I asked you a question, and now... Why is it irrelevant all of a sudden? Why is it irrelevant? Tell me why it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant because I was doing an internal critique, and you were asking me about my view, which has nothing to do with the internal critique.
I have to. You made a claim. I'm trying to define the terms that you're using, and you won't define them. You're making descriptions, stacking claims, but you're actually not telling me anything about what you believe. You're just making stories up.
Were you spurred out?
Is the globe just a story? Is it just kind of like this thing that you make up, but you guys don't actually define terms? You don't validate anything. You just make it up. Is that how it works?
No, we define all those things, but we're talking about your view now, so we're trying to explore it.
Okay, we already talked about my view. We already talked about my view.
Stop over.
I just talked about my view, bro.
Stop over talking. So yeah, we got this point.
Bro, dude.
This is why you guys are so fucking ridiculous. Dude. You don't even speak to each other.
Are you starting to spiral now, bro? Are you starting to freak out?
Are you trying? Are you gonna? No, I'm just giggling.
So I ask you for globe evidence, and you ask a question and you don't define terms. You're having a great day today in here, aren't you? You're doing real well. You're crushing, my brother.
All right. Are you going to stop on the meta, or are we going to actually engage now? Yes or no?
I've been engaging and you're avoiding my questions.
No,
Why are you
talking
avoiding
about
my
meta.
questions?
I'm trying to run an internal critique, and you won't let me. Okay. So
I asked you to define your terms, and you won't do it. Why are you avoiding defining your terms?
Wait, did I ask you if the sun is a thing that's in the sky? And did you agree to that?
I have no define thing. What's a thing?
It doesn't matter. It's going to be something in the sky.
It's a light in the sky. That's as much as I can validate. There's a light in the sky that we call the sun. Anything else?
In the sky. Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what on your theory explains why it looks the way it does when it sets and rises?
Did I make a claim about any theories?
Okay. Do you have a theory?
No.
Okay. So why would I hold to your view, right? When my theory explains things perfectly.
But it doesn't. You don't even know what the sun is.
Why does the Earth spin?
It's a brute fact.
It's a fact. See? You guys are terrified of this topic.
Why am I? Why do you think I'm terrified?
Why does the Earth spin?
You won't make a claim about anything. You make a claim, but then you don't define your terms, right? You just run away. Then you say it's irrelevant.
Okay. So apparently the reason, stop, you're breaking up. So apparently the reason why the Earth spins is because of the radiation from the sun, right?
Wow.
Why is that wrong? Why is that wrong?
Validate it.
Because
you made a claim, validate it.
Well, it's going to be something that's going to be consistent with the theory, right? Even if it can't be tested directly.
What theory?
Consistent.
Is this your theory? Maybe you should bring in a citation. Where'd you get that from, or did you just make it up?
Come up with it. It's just going to be what everybody believes, right? Because it's like not crazy to believe, like unlike your theory. Well,
actually,
theory.
You're the first person that's ever said that that's come in here, so you're going to have to back that up with something. Get me a citation, would you?
Okay. Let's see. I just don't think you understand how theory comparison works, right? And if you don't even have a theory...
That's a great ad hominem. Can you actually just get the citation without the feelings? That'd be great.
All right. Yeah, I just Googled this, right? If you want me to look up like a paper, sure, I'll do it, right? Again, I'm not a physicist, right? I
need you to get a citation. You know what a citation is?
You're so
Google
angry.
AI doesn't fine. Google AI doesn't work.
All right, fine. I'll just waste my time and do this. Fine. Listen, even if there was nothing, like no empirical evidence to prove this, if it's consistent with the theory, right, it's going to be fine because the theory will accommodate it. Okay? You don't even have a theory. And my question that I asked before you went on this derail again was, why would I hold to your non-theory when we have a theory that accommodates all the data?
You have just a fairy tale. That's great. I mean, I've told you, it's awesome. If you have a fairy tale that you want to believe, go ahead.
Okay, so what do you mean it's a fairy tale? For what reason would the...
you can't validate it. It's just a story. Someone gave you a story that makes you happy, and so you're going to stick with it.
Okay, why do you think it can't be validated?
Well, you're going to have to show me the validation.
Okay, do you think it can't be validated in principle?
Do I think it can't be validated in principle? Sir, you came in here and you made a claim that I've never heard anybody make. And so the validation, the chances of it being validated are pretty slim since you just made something up on the fly.
No, I meant the theory in general.
What theory? The theory of radiation making the Earth spin?
No, oh my God, the globe Earth theory, just all cosmology, just basic astronomy, rather.
Globe cosmology? It's just a theory? Is it a colloquial theory or is it a scientific theory?
What do you mean? It's obvious all these things are going to be theories, right? Scientific theories, of course.
Scientific. Okay, well then you're going to have to give me the scientific experiment that they conducted for the globe. Go ahead and present that and cite it for me as well.
Yeah, okay. So, again, right, A theory doesn't even need to be validated in that direct sense. But listen,
you're going to have to look up what scientific theory is before you start running your mouth again. Colloquial theory and scientific theory are two totally different things. You said scientific theory, so I'm going to need the papers, right? I'm going to need the experiments. Go ahead. Get them for me.
Listen, an obvious experiment that you're just going to deny because you're a crazy conspiracy theorist is just going to be astronauts.
That's ad hominem. So ad hominem and poisoning the welfare policy. Good job.
An obvious confirmation is just going to be an astronaut being in space and taking a picture, seeing the curvature of the Earth. Right, but you're just going to deny that. You're going to ad hoc deny that and say there's a huge conspiracy.
An astronaut taking a picture of the Earth is not what makes the Earth spin.
Wait. Weren't we being asked to validate a theory?
Yeah, how would you validate that an astronaut went to space and took a picture?
What do you mean? How would you validate that you have hands?
How would you validate that an astronaut went to space and took a picture?
Yeah, because it would have happened, right? We would believe testimony, or we would be one of the astronauts.
Back to the belief. So we're going to believe hearsay from strangers, and that's going to form our cosmology.
How do we validate that you have hands? How'd you validate that?
Well, I guess I could touch them. I'm here. It's firsthand knowledge, right? It's actually firsthand knowledge. You know what firsthand knowledge is?
Do you believe you can touch them, or do you know you can touch them?
Do you think you're a brain in a jar? This is a really important question.
Well, that's the kind of question you're asking me. You understand that, right?
No, it isn't. It's not at all. It's a false equivalence. Again, how many fallacies are you going to commit today? I'm just curious.
I'll do a false equivalence. What you're doing is just running skepticism, right, on any claim that I make. Right?
Well, I kind of have to because they're all baseless assertions. You haven't validated anything yet.
It's a baseless assertion that the entire world, all the scientists in the world, right, conclude or converge on this one thing. We have pictures that we have pictures. We have like satellites that go into space. We have astronauts and space stations. We have all these things, right? And this is all just like baseless belief.
Listen, if you want to follow your baseless belief, all the strangers that gave you pictures, I have a picture.
What's in this?
Bro, relax. Don't spiral on me, bro. It's okay. Relax.
I'm laughing.
Chill. I've got a picture of Daryl Hannah as a mermaid. Does that mean Daryl Hannah is a mermaid?
No.
Oh, so maybe pictures aren't the best validation, right?
Yeah. Is it a picture that is something that would rely on every single nation, all the scientists, and all kinds of different
I mean, the picture's been cited,
industries.
What industries?
Upholding industries.
Dude, relax.
Purposely
upholding spiraling, Bo.
For like.
Bro, relax. Calm down. You're chanting now. Can you stop chanting? You're freaking out. Just breathe into a bag. Take a Xanax. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Now, what industry relies on the Earth being a ball? Just, oh my gosh, you're having a hard time. Maybe take a break. It's going to be all right. Relax, bro. It's fine. What does that have to do with the Earth being a ball? I'm sorry.
Do they rely on satellites that are in space?
For what? What satellites? What's a satellite?
What do you mean for what? What do you mean? What's a satellite? Does telecommunication rely on satellites? Yes or no?
No,
it doesn't. It uses towers and underwater cables. Bro, you need to brush up on your telecommunications.
99% of all communication is done by cable.
Okay, and is some done from satellites?
What's a satellite?
What do you mean? What's a satellite? I'm asking you.
Can you tell me what I'm asking you? You brought it up.
Yeah, it's a device. It's a device that's in the space. It orbits the Earth, right, and allows us to do things like telecommunication.
That's a cool story. That's a cool story. You ever seen one of these things in space before?
Wait. Why are you changing the subject?
So the
question.
You're the one bouncing all over the place. You brought up satellites. I'm asking you about them.
All right, let's use your mind, right? The question you asked me was, what industry relies on the Earth being a globe in space? I said telecommunication.
Right.
You asked how. Yeah. I said satellites. Now you're asking me what a satellite is.
Yeah.
Right. So I answered your question.
Listen, you keep claim stacking, and you still won't validate any of these things. You just make claims. It's like the stories that they told you. You believe them. I don't. Sorry, I'm just more of a skeptic than you are. What's a satellite? And what does it have to do with telecommunications? Because as far as I know, all telecommunications today is used cable and tower. Okay.
That's not true.
So that's not true? Okay, well then validate for me. Tell me what a satellite is. Show me it in space. And then
Did you
let's
hear what I
validate
said
that.
when I told you?
What did you say? It's a device that you just made another claim. Do you know what validation means?
Wait, so what would it look like for me to validate a satellite? Please tell me.
Well, you'd have to show me what space is and then the satellite in the space, and then we have to go ahead and check it.
Okay, so what would that do? Would I have to go to your house and pick you up and bring you over to one?
I mean, if you want to, bro, but I don't think we're going to make it to this place called space.
You're asking me a question. Now, what would it be? What type of evidence would be something that would satisfy that question?
Well, it's going to have to be more than the story that you're just giving me, right? I'm just not going to believe your story. Your hearsay means nothing to me.
So give me an example. What would it be?
Well, you and I would have to go visit this satellite in space and see it doing its job.
Why are you asking me on Discord to validate it? If I would have to go bring you there, if that's your level of evidence you're asking for. How ridiculous.
I don't think that's too much to ask for, right?
You want me to go drive to your house?
Strangers for all kinds of stupid stuff.
With a mentally unstable person, right? To go to a satellite that I had no access to?
Bro,
that's what you want me to do?
The ad-homs are desperate today. You're going to have to do better. So anyways, you haven't validated any claims. You've just made claims and stacked them, but you haven't validated anything yet. By the way, did you get that citation that I asked for earlier?
No, I've been busy gibbering with you.
The radiation, right? Spinning the Earth.
Do you want me to do that? I'll just mute myself.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Just please mute and get that citation immediately.
He left.
I know. He had a bad day today.
Today was a bad day for Globers. One wanted to come in and said, "What makes the sun move?" And I said, "What makes the earth move?" And they fucking had a meltdown.
I like that question.
Yeah, so that's the new question.
What makes the earth spin?
Yep. Very simple. Should be very easy to answer.
Yeah.
Because it's exactly consistent, basically.
Totally. We should ask Flubber over here, the chat skank, if he knows.
These guys are all desperately listening on YouTube, trying to figure out an answer before they come in here now. They got to make some.
I'm trying to even. Yeah.
Well, the Glober who said, "Why does the sun move?" said they see the sun move. They're on a globe. Blah blah blah. Quantum mechanics, this and that. And I said, "Oh, quantum mechanics makes the sun move." So I brought up my theory of why the sun moves because he couldn't come up with one for himself. So I said, well, chariots pull the sun across the sky, and he laughed at that. So I updated it to ion engine powered cars pull the sun across the sky. I said because that's just as valid as you saying the Earth is spinning. So
100%. Flubber is listening. Flubber, do you got any answers for the Earth spinning? Why that happens?
Flubber says flat Earth requires us to invent physics.
Globe Earth theories require no invention of physics. FE ideas require invention of all kinds of wild physics. Maybe come off of mute and tell us more about it, Flubber. I mean, seem pretty confident.
He left again.
What a coward.
Yeah. Wonder what Globers are going to come in and or they're going to speak up and decide to answer what makes the Earth spin. And then since the moon pulls on the water, that's got to definitely be like a break on the Earth.
Heck yeah.
So they gotta after they tell us how the Earth spins, then they're gonna have to explain why it doesn't slow down.
So, oh my, back yeah. No, so I was totally wrong about that. I just Googled it. But so the reason why the Earth spins, or the theory, is based on the way that stars form. And for whatever reason, there's this protoplanetary disk, right, that's spinning in one direction, and then the gravity pulls the Earth in the other direction.
So just a baseless assertion again.
Well, why would that be a baseless assertion?
Because there's no way to validate any of that. It's just made up.
Yeah.
Well, can't we observe stars forming from times past? Right? Oh, we can't. Okay. Why is that?
When did we observe a star forming? When did that happen?
Wait, don't we have like observations from light?
We don't.
Like
you should probably go check that out.
Wait, why don't we?
Why are you asking us? Go figure it out.
It happened. That's why.
It didn't happen. How do you know it didn't happen? How'd you validate that claim?
It's your positive claim.
Wait, but you just claimed that it didn't happen. So we have evidence, right, that we believe that this is how stars form, and
you should probably get that since you made the positive claim. You should go get that evidence that we've seen stars form and birth. Go get it.
Wait. I'm not a physicist, right?
Remember, you weren't right about the last thing you said. You're probably not right about this one.
Wait, obviously, I don't know these things. I'm not a physicist. I never claimed to. I told you that I just Googled it, right? Now, what I'm telling you is that I have reason to believe that there is an explanation from these people that study it, right? I believe that because there are thousands of people that go to school for this. They study it. They confirm it with their methods, right? This theory isn't going to rely on me being able to regurgitate it to you, right? Now, when I gave you what the theory was, you said that was not true. And I'm asking you how you know that.
That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy you just committed right there. You're going to actually have to bring us the evidence and the proof for this thing that you claimed. So off you go.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that because I don't have knowledge to. Wait.
You love to come in here and make baseless assertions and tell us all about the people that you believe and all the things you think they do, because apparently you think about this a lot. You know they've done all those things. So you have a lot of confidence in things that you have no knowledge of, right?
Why would this be a baseless assertion?
Well, you made a claim and you didn't support it.
Well, how do I not support that? When I can appeal to a scientific community, right? That's right about all kinds of things that I can, like...
That's an ad populum fallacy. So you're appealing to a massive amount of scientists that haven't done anything, as far as I can tell. You're just telling me about people that you hope did something.
All right.
You're just hoping that people did something. Why have you given all of your intellectual authority over to strangers? I got to ask.
Yeah, why would I hold to your theory that isn't a theory, right? When there is this theory, right, that millions of people accept, scientists accept it, right? There's tons of evidence that I have good reason to believe that if we look deeply into it, right?
What's your good reason?
Can you stop?
What's your good reason?
Okay, let's pick a single topic that you disagree with, and then we can start going through the papers, right?
You're going from one thing to the next. You're gish galloping. I'm asking you what your good reason is to believe a bunch of strangers that told you something that they never validated for you.
Because of all the disparate and contradictory evidence.
The story around doesn't make it true. You just because I believe.
Okay. Did I make a logical entailment claim?
Kid.
Did I say that there's certainty here? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Did you say that there was a certainty? You just say that you believe things, and I'm telling you that's cool. If you want to believe it, that's fine. No one's going to rag on you for your beliefs.
In what sense am I not justified?
In what sense are you not justified to believe? That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Don't you understand how this works? I can't prove a negative.
But you said I'm not justified.
You're making a positive claim.
Let's give an analogy here. So let's say you go to the ER, right? You see an ER doctor. They say, oh, that knee looks bad, right? Because you were in a skiing accident and there's broken skin. They have consult an orthopedist. They come in, they say, yeah, that's infected. It needs to be washed out. Okay. Would you be justified in believing that your knee needs to be washed out? Yes or no?
Well, they're obviously probably observing it, and then they're testing it to see if it's infected, right?
Okay. Well, Well,
It's
how
kind
do
of
you
like
know
a
it's
real
infected?
situation. These aren't anonymous strangers I don't know. These are guys standing right in front of me, doing the tests, validating for me whether or not I have an infection. So I have more reason, right? You were talking about reason a second ago. I have more reason to believe the people standing in front of me showing me the results than you do for strangers that have never confirmed for you the things that you believe. So that's a false equivalence again, and a burden of proof reversal
You keep
fallacy.
like throwing
So
out
you're getting
fallacies. You have no idea what you're
destroyed
talking about.
today. You're getting
No,
destroyed
you're
today, bro. It's a
All right,
bad day
let's just make
for
this
you.
analogy easier for your little like mentally ill brain to work. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
I had
imagine
one
that.
See, there we go. Another one poisoning the
No,
well.
that's just an insult. That's not why your argument's bad. You're always mad because your
Okay,
argument's
well,
bad.
why are you insulting me? I'm just some guy on the internet pointing out the fact
Because
that
I'm
you've
just
given
insulting you because you're a fucking idiot.
intellectual authority to strangers, but that's fine.
Yeah, I'm insulting you because you're an idiot, and it's funny. Okay, now let's make the analogy a little bit easier.
Bro, this is desperate.
Wait,
like,
if this guy's an idiot,
now.
then what the fuck are you for arguing with a quote unquote idiot? Like you're just a buffoon.
Okay, yeah, great. So let's make the analogy easier. So let's say that the ER doctor comes in first and examines your knee. He says, well, I think this is just bruised. Let's send you out. We'll stitch up the break in the skin, and maybe we could put you on antibiotics. And the orthopedics come and says, no, this is a septic joint. There's micromotion tenderness. It needs to go to the OR. The ER doctor says, no. Right? Would you be justified in believing the orthopedic doctor over the ER doctor? Yes or no?
But what reason do you have to believe the total strangers that have not validated anything for you?
Right. So answer the analogy. Would you be justified in believing
No, I don't have to do anything you tell me to do.
Run away. Just run away.
I'm not running away. You made a bad analogy, right?
Why is it
and
bad?
now you've run away from the question that I asked you earlier. You've found a way to gish gallop away from the question I already asked you.
Fucking retarded, dude.
Yeah, really bad, dude.
Yeah, why is it bad?
Living like in the global, this guy's like a fool. He's making himself look really bad here.
Why is it bad?
I'm not even a fucking flat earther, but this guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, why is it bad analogy?
Anyway, so no globe evidence today, right?
Wait, why is it a bad analogy?
This doesn't even
I wouldn't
matter.
even bother with this guy. He's a fucking troll or something. Like this guy's not meant to.
He is a troll.
Right in the brain. Like he gets like he gets a kick out of this or some shit. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Why is it a bad
You're
analogy?
100% correct.
It's almost demonic,
okay,
right?
I just won't engage. Okay, fine. If you don't want to engage, no problem.
I agree.
This is exactly what he's fucking demonic, bro. Like this guy's crazy.
Demonic? What does that mean?
Don't worry about it. Don't trouble yourself with it.
Yeah, so anyway, like the obvious answer is that you would be justified in believing the orthopedic doctor over the ER doctor. Why? Because you have confidence that the orthopedic doctor has the training, they did the requisite steps, right, to become an orthopedic doctor, and they know that they specialize, right, in joints. Therefore,
you think
Therefore, you're going to be justified in believing this guy, right? Who went through the proper training. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know why you keep saying that, right? So you ask me, like, why I'm justified in believing the scientific community on the globe stuff, right? And it's going to be perfectly analogous to why you would be justified in believing the orthopedic doctor over the ER doctor. If you think that justification doesn't work, then I just don't want to talk to you. Like, why would I even...
So, see you later.
Well, bro, yeah, peace out. Like, hit the bricks, you know what I'm saying? Like, bye.
Yeah, so, like, do you like, hold to, like, theism or, like, a religion or something like that?
No.
I don't know what's going on to this.
We like geometry analogy.
Yeah.
Now, what's a fact of the world that you hold to? That you can't readily, like, look at?
Geometry.
Level there, it's not moving.
Geometry.
So do you hold to every geometric theorem?
Geometry analogy. Sphere. Sphere has a drop over distance. Small sphere, big sphere, enormous sphere. Every sphere has drop over distance. All
right. So answer the question. Do you hold to every geometric theorem?
Question: does every sphere has drop over distance?
I'm not answering a question. I asked the question first, and you just interrupted. Right?
Can you answer?
No. I asked the question, and you just interrupted.
I'm holding the knowledge of the
guy. I'm going to mute. Sasha is the crazy Russian dude. I'm just going to talk to crazy people that are domestic.
First of all, I'm not
Here
Russian.
We go. Close enough. I don't care. He's going to go down to 1. Okay. All right. Do you guys believe in geometry?
Yeah.
Is geometry a faith?
Wow. This guy is really fucking out there, isn't he?
I know, it's pretty silly.
I'm just trying to see Where do you think justification means, and like when somebody justification
in
threshold is met? Like, so do you hold to geometry or math?
Geometry.
Do you believe in geometry?
Do you think math is true? Like the mathematical theorems?
Yeah,
I
of
think
course.
that's a math question. What is math?
Reality?
I'm not asking about the ontology. I'm not asking if you're a realist or anti-realist. But do you think that differential equations are proper based on the axioms of
Math is
mathematics?
reality?
Shut up. Yeah. Do you think that differential equations, like the methodology that's used there, comports with the axioms of math?
Do you think math is reality?
No, I don't. But that's not what I'm asking you.
What are the axioms of math? Tell me that.
All right, let's pull them up. It
Are you
doesn't
West guy?
matter.
Are
It's
you
just an
are you West?
it's just a way for me to question what you think is justified and what's not justified. Right. What I'm asking you is that do you think that
you
different
said axioms of math? What is that?
Mhm.
Tell me the axioms
Right.
of math.
I don't know the axioms of mathematics. I can pull them up for you.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter. Actually, it goes towards my
He
point.
loves this.
Okay, I'm just going to
This is
ask
his
you.
game.
But why
He
do you
asks
answer my
questions and
question?
he doesn't care. It's irrelevant. He asks a question, but it's irrelevant, the answer, right? It's even irrelevant what he thinks.
Yeah,
So,
questions can be irrelevant, right?
no.
Yeah.
Do you think that
All of your
differential
questions are
equations?
irrelevant.
Do you think
Your questions are
differential
relevant.
equations? Do you think differential equations are a proper subdiscipline of math? Yes or no?
Your questions are irrelevant.
Okay, great. Thanks for just dropping out again.
Isn't that what you did?
We only think the sphere should curve if it's sphere. We know that.
Yeah. So, do you think differential equations are a proper subdiscipline of math?
We
or
think
like,
your questions are irrelevant.
Let's say like linear algebra. Do you think linear algebra is proper, such that it comports with all the other forms of math? I know you do, right? And you know what's coming after that when you say you do, right? I'm gonna, because your standard of justification
Questions are irrelevant. I'm not even paying attention anymore.
Because your standard of justification will require you to know linear algebra, right? For you to justifiably hold that belief that linear algebra is a proper subdiscipline of math, and you know that you can't do linear algebra, right?
What in the heck are you talking about, bro? What, like,
no, dude,
where are you going? Are you strawmanning me with some nonsense about algebra? What are you doing?
I just told you where we were going, but you failed to engage, right? So do you want to engage?
There might be something wrong with him because he started with geometry and all this shit. And algebra, he's fucking all over.
It doesn't matter. It's just an analogy. I could use geometry. I could use differential equations. I could use linear algebra. I could use Cal 3 stuff. It doesn't matter.
Math reality.
It does not matter if you're a nominalist about math or a realist about math. It does not matter. Okay.
So why are you asking the question?
Because I'm trying.
Why are you asking the question?
I'm telling you because I'm probing into what you think is justified. What threshold you need to be justified?
Not reality.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It can represent things in reality, though, but it's not reality.
Right. So, can you believe that the quadratic equation is like a proper representation of mathematics? Yes or no?
Christ.
Yeah, you guys just don't engage. It's fucking.
Yep.
Anyway, so no globe proof then. No globe proof, right?
You just don't engage. Like, well, like you see where this is going, and you're just so fucking dishonest that you won't even.
Where's it going? Because you haven't provided any validation for any of the claims that you've made today, and you're going to call me dishonest. That's projection, my friend.
What we're talking about now is what is the nature of justification and what kind of things we would be justified in believing. Now, I'm trying to give you an analogy to show you that your level, your threshold of justification
why do I have to engage with you, though? Right? Like, why do I have to?
You don't have
to. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay, run away. Thanks.
So the new thing is Globers want to know why the sun moves, so we just tell them why does the earth spin, and they just completely fall apart up to what you've seen tonight.
Yeah. It's a bad day for the Globers.
That's how we got all the way down this road because he just.
I don't want to talk to you. Bad day for the Globers. I don't want to engage. Why did I have to engage? Bad day for the Globers. You're fucking ridiculous.
You're going to be all right, bro.
Yeah, I got to go to bed. We're going to Disneyland on Wednesday, so I got to pack tomorrow. Stay mentally ill.
Oh, yeah, nobody cares. Hit the bricks.
I love these guys take like an entry level philosophy course, and then and then they get on the internet and start asking people how they know things. Like, fuck off, dude.
Yeah.
The Earth is round.
Like a pizza?
Yeah, like a pizza, but like 3-dimensional pizza.
With like a crust and everything, right?
Stuffed crust. My favorite.
Okay. Stuffed crust pizza, Earth. Awesome.
Well, it's also got like it's like a more of a like a tomato.
That's not like a pizza.
Well, it's part of a pizza.
You can have products made from tomatoes or even tomatoes on the pizza, but to say a pizza is like a tomato, that's a
I
stretch.
think tomato is part of a pizza, isn't it?
No.
So Earth is tomato shaped?
Part of a pizza.
I think the Earth is tomato shaped. That's my point.
Okay.
You know what I think the Earth looks like?
Cool.
What do you think the Earth looks like, Ruben-esque?
Have you ever gone to Olive Garden and got unlimited soup and salad and like looked into the bowl?
Yes.
I think that's.
Well, you muted him. No, Ruben. I mean, I know his Xbox, so I guess he kind of deserved to be muted, but. Yeah, I think the Earth is round like a tomato.
Cool.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
To each his own, right? Like, I mean, that's fine. It's your opinion. Cool.
Yes. So what else do you want? Now that we've solved that mystery, what else do you want to talk about?
We have solved the mystery of your opinion.
It's a fact.
Is it?
Who said that?
How would you go about validating that? How would you go about validating that?
Deductive reasoning.
Okay. Hit me with it.
No, I just that's how you do it.
You just say words?
Do it.
No, you asked me how I do the thing, and I said that with deductive reasoning.
Okay, go ahead, do it.
Well, walk me through the
Are
process.
you asking me to use deductive reasoning?
Well, how did you come up to this conclusion? How did you
By using
deduce that the
deductive
Earth is a
reasoning.
tomato?
By using
Okay,
deductive reasoning.
and where did you start?
By reading books and paying attention in school.
So you were indoctrinated?
Isn't all education indoctrination when you think about it?
Pretty much.
Well, okay then. The best way to not be indoctrinated, just never learn anything. Works for you guys.
That's weird. Doesn't really make any sense.
Seems like the Globers are the ones just having a hard time with every single thing. It's like you guys are getting schooled. We're actually teaching you how the globe works. Your model.
Apparently, the books that he read and the teachers that were teaching him said that the Earth was a tomato. It's a weird shape.
Yeah, but it is a delicious shape.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's a pear. Is it a pear or is it a tomato?
I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
NASA images show it a perfect sphere, so somebody has to be wrong.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's black, so I don't fuck with that. Okay.
I think that's gonna be a ban.
Is it gonna be a ban?
He's mad.
No, don't ban me. No. I'm sorry. I'll turn down the racism.
They're having a hard time tonight.
Man, it's rough.
Damn. All you had to do is ask them one question. You see what the hell happens? That's twice today. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck the curve. Why does the Earth spin?
Scott Mackey's on here. Scott, do you know why the Earth spins? If it does?
That's funny. I didn't want to pick on Scott, but now, I mean, can's open, so.
Scott saw a sunset, and he said, "Well, ground must be a ball." Right, Scott?
So check this out. So a Glober asked me, why on a flat Earth does the sun move? And I said, I don't know. And I was basically stupid for saying I don't know. So I asked him, why does the Earth rotate? And he didn't know, but other people did, so that was good enough.
Yeah, someone else said so.
Yeah, that's good enough. There was a priest, and they said, I know how this works, and that's good enough.
And it
I guess
has to keep it spinning with the moon pulling the brakes on it at all times.
Yeah.
Because the water, goes up around the ball, so when it hits land, it's going to pull a little bit less and then more, so it's putting the brakes on it.
I had a friend of mine tell me that he used to drive milk trucks, those big tanker milk trucks. And he said that, like, you really had to be careful on how you drove those because, you have to shift smooth, and then you had to, like, time everything because if you hit the brakes, all that milk would slosh towards the front of the tank, right? And when you go around corners, like, you had to be careful because all that weight would just, like, take the whole truck and throw you off a cliff if you weren't careful. So we have the Earth covered with zillions of gallons of water sloshing around because of these tides, apparently, because the moon's pulling on it, and no consequences whatsoever. No slowdown, no change in vector, not a problem.
Yep. Their talking points are getting slim now. Now we're going to get down into the weeds with the globe.
I got bad news for you, Globers. We don't have a problem saying I don't know. It's way better than making claims that we can't validate and nobody else can either. It's very, it's you have to know everything, and some can't be known. It's all right.
I asked Flubber and Tex, how does the Earth spin? So we'll see. No, we'll see what happens. We'll test this hypothesis. That if you ask
tells
them,
me he's going to make it about you.
If you ask them, then the conversation will change. He's Googling chatbot right now.
Oh. Instant subject change.
There we go.
Yep. He don't want to answer.
I can play chess.
Satellite constellations.
The mechanics behind satellites is satellites. What the fuck?
That's profound.
Mark G wants to speak up and answer how the Earth spin. What keeps the Earth spinning? What makes the Earth spin? Mark G.
Well, you can answer that with Newtonian physics. It doesn't take a lot. Object in motion tends to stay in motion, that kind of thing.
What happened to the moon pulls on it?
It does, and it's slowing it down. The day used to be a lot shorter.
Oh, so no. It should be slowing down all the time, not just it used to be slow. Now it's constant.
No. It's the year is the day. The spin is slowing down a little bit every second, every year, every 1,000 years.
Nope.
No, it's not.
Every 1,000 years, huh?
No, it's slowing down continuously. It's just very small amount. It's hard to detect on a day-to-day basis.
1 millisecond every 1,000 years. Let me get my stopwatch out.
Is that it?
Wow.
Okay, that sounds about right. Sure.
But it can pull waves up out of the ocean 10 feet.
Maybe more sometimes, yeah, it can. Especially when it's in alignment with the sun. So, yeah. The sun pulls, all the other bodies pull on it too. It's just much less.
All this shit pulls on it, but yet it keeps chugging along.
It's a very, very small amount, yeah.
So how does it spin?
How does it spin? It has momentum from its initial formation in the cloud of dust, which is why the planets all spin around the sun. The sun itself spins. All the planets spin around the sun, and they actually spin on their axis. I think all of them do. Some are tidally locked to the sun. I think Mercury is tidally locked to the sun.
So the sun has tides?
I said that Mercury is what they call tidally locked to the sun, which means it has one face pointing at the sun all the time and the other face pointing away, much like the moon is tidally locked to the Earth. So one face points at the Earth all the time.
So does the sun have tides?
You know, it might, but they'd be so small, I don't think we could detect them.
What's the sun made of?
What's a lot of elements, primarily hydrogen and some helium.
So it's made of man-made gas. Got it.
Did man make hydrogen and helium?
Where does hydrogen come from?
Hydrogen is a byproduct of the initial formation of the universe. It's the most basic element. All the other elements are actually made from hydrogen. Most of it in stars, but
right. Everything's made somewhere else.
Well, we've actually made hydrogen here on Earth. If you're aware of the process,
we make it all the time. We have to get rid of it.
I'm sorry, not hydrogen. We make helium. We've made helium. We don't make hydrogen, as far as I know. How do we make hydrogen?
It's being made all the time. How do you think they have hydrogen cars and?
No. We don't. No, we don't make hydrogen. We separate it from oxygen. We separated oxygen.
It's a byproduct
in hydrolysis.
Yeah, hydrogen. Yep, I put them in tanks. I know because we design the systems for them.
But we don't make hydrogen. We just simply separate it from oxygen that's in the water. We made helium. Do you understand the process of making helium?
So it's made of two man-made gases now.
Men don't really make hydrogen, and they've made helium a few times.
So what's it made of? Man-made shit or not?
The sun is not man-made at all. Not made of man-made shit. No, we don't make hydrogen.
How did you determine what it was made of?
Spectroscopy. Hard word to say, right? That's actually how helium. That's how helium was discovered. Actually, that's why it's named helium. Helios.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, sure. So looking through clouds, that's how you look at it?
No, we look at spectrum. The spectrum of the light we observe, and the spectrum betrays what elements are present.
Through the air, okay.
Right, we have to take that into account, right? We have nitrogen and oxygen and different elements in the air that we primarily nitrogen, oxygen, and some carbon dioxide, right? Those are the three main elements in the air.
Okay, so you're measuring it through the air.
Of course, when we have satellites above the atmosphere, we really don't have to.
You're not measuring it at all. No, now satellites. Now you're saying satellites. You're just going to outer space. What the fuck?
Well, not necessarily outer space, but Earth orbit, and some are outer. Some are pretty close. So we've got solar observers that are quite a bit out there. I think.
Saying that shit doesn't mean anything.
I'm sorry.
You're just making up shit. Sorry.
No, I'm not making up shit. These are things which you can demonstrate, have observable data. If you'd like to dispute it, then you could dispute it. But the evidence you'd have to provide evidence that it's fake, right? I have observations. I have data. If you want to dispute it, you can do that. But I have observations and data.
Yeah, you need to look at that. You need it in a vacuum to make sure that's what you're looking at and nothing else.
We can account for different things, right? You can account for.
No, you
can't. Oh, no, you can't. That's your big rebuttal. You can account for.
Yes, that's my rebuttal.
You can. Okay, so you can account for these things pretty easily, right? So if you observe something through a medium, let's say the medium confounds the experiment, right? Right. So it changes your observations. But it changes your observations in a predictable way, right? So, for example, if you're passing through an atmosphere that contains oxygen and nitrogen and carbon dioxide, and you know the amounts approximately, right? Then you can discount those in your observations and say, okay, we know this is part of our observations, which we'll get no matter where we observe it. What's different about this new observation, right? And we can see the delta, the difference. That tells us something about what we're looking at.
Light reflecting off particles, then not really just the sun. You're just seeing light reflecting off the air.
Yeah, you're seeing light transmitted through the air, and the air will affect it if you're seeing the air. Now, of course, we've been out above the atmosphere.
So that's so good then.
We get better readings above the atmosphere,
but you don't. You don't go there. You don't go there.
We absolutely do. Where's your evidence we don't?
I have lots of pictures
That's
and
a
lots of
burden of
data.
proof reversal. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You doesn't have to prove nothing. You have to prove your positive claim.
I have data and observations.
Show it to us. Put it in the live. Put it in the chat, please. Put it in the chat.
The data observations.
Yeah.
What? Okay, I'm on my stupid phone, so I don't know that I can do that right this second. I'll have to.
Don't make claims that you can't back up, because any claim if you're going to make a claim that you can't back up, you're going to dismiss it.
Well, you'll dismiss it anyway. What would I give you? Photos, spectroscopy. What would I give you?
That's a good point. Why don't we talk about the environment that spectroscopy is done in? So tell me about the spectroscopy equipment that we use and how we determine, what things create what kinds of bands of light.
Sure. Yeah, we can talk about the spectroscopy they've observed from satellites. Sure. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Give me the data. Where are these satellites? Where are they at?
I'm not sure about we have low Earth orbit satellites that do this, but there's some specific ones that they use for the sun. I'd have to see what they. I'd have to see.
Orbiting what?
Sometimes they put those at like Lagrange points.
Are they orbiting the Earth like around the ball?
I don't think so. I think they're in between the Earth and the sun.
How would we validate that? What is the sun?
It's a ball of gas, mostly hydrogen, but some helium and other elements.
Right, you're making. Yeah, you've already said that, bro. The point is that you don't know. You're telling me a story. You're telling me a story that you heard one time.
Yeah,
you can't prove any of this.
No, actually, we can't. No, you can't prove any of it. That's the funny part. Science can't prove anything. Right.
Oh, well, then why are we talking about it? Why would you even rely on anything scientific if science can't prove anything?
Well, if you know anything about the philosophy of science, you'd know that already, right? Science can't prove anything.
It's just a philosophy. It's just kind of man-made, man-centered ideas about stuff.
I don't know if they're man-centered, but they are ideas about things, right? And they're reliable. That's the amazing thing about science is it creates reliable predictions. It allowed us.
Science creates predictions, or are predictions a part of the scientific method?
Science. Yeah, one of the outcomes of science is predictions that are verifiable, and models that are reliable.
How would you verify it? Oh, models. So we reify things, we make toys, and then we just say, hey, it's reality.
That's not reifying things. It's a model of reality. It's like an equation is a model. An equation is a model of mathematics. So the mathematics doesn't actually exist in the real world, but it proxies the real world. It's reliable and useful.
So you would have to take something from the real world and then actually measure that and then put it in an equation. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, it's not exact. Sometimes models aren't equations, but they can be.
So sometimes yes and sometimes no. Do you have anything solid to stand on, or is this kind of just like we just kind of wing it as we go? And if it comes out with your predetermined bias,
on a globe Earth, is that good enough for you?
Well, I mean, in your imagination, you couldn't validate that in any way.
You're asking vague questions, so I'm going to give you vague answers, right?
You're standing on a piece of furniture, a globe Earth, or are you standing on a big like a big ball? How big is it?
Well, hold on. I don't want to get distracted with these. I'm trying to figure out the orbit of the solar observer here.
What would be great is a great way to validate the orbit is to know how big the Earth is. You said you're standing on a sphere, so how do you validate the sphere that you're standing on?
Oh, you measure it, sure.
How do you measure
it? With very precise measurements. Why
don't you be specific about that? Tell me the method, and so I can go out and check your work.
Was it Bedford experiments a while ago were the original ones, right? That were really pretty
Bedford
precise.
Levels? Bedford Levels was an 8-mile canal. Bedford Levels?
Yeah. But the more
Bedford Levels was an 8-mile canal where they put a guy on a boat with a flag, And he should have went behind the curvature, but they saw the flag for 8 miles in that canal. That validated flat Earth, my friend. You're going to have to do better than that.
It didn't, because if you look at the actual experiment that was published, it was done by someone who actually knew what they were doing with surveyor equipment and validated the Earth curvature, because he also accounted for things like refraction.
Experiment. What was the observed phenomena in this experiment? And what was the hypothesis?
Things like refraction, which flat Earth knew nothing about.
Mark, I'm asking you a very poignant question about the experiment you just mentioned. What was the observed phenomena and the hypothesis?
The observed phenomenon and hypothesis. The observed phenomenon was the curvature.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Okay.
The observed phenomenon was curve? Where was the curve in this?
No, the observed phenomena was the dip in the I can't remember. I don't know the experiment that well in terms of I know a more recent one better. But
okay.
I think there was sticks. I think they placed at different distances, and you're supposed to see the sticks fall off or not fall off. And once they accounted for refraction,
you don't know a damn thing about this, do you, Mark? You're making shit up as you go along.
I told you I don't. This was the original one. There's a more recent one that I'll post in the chat here.
So they used surveying equipment, and they accounted for angular size change.
Angular size change.
Don't tell me you don't know what angular size change is, Mark.
Hold on. And the more recent one they did, but it doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't matter all of a sudden? Angular size change doesn't matter?
I'm saying the particulars of the Bedford experiment aren't that important, right?
Oh, so why'd you bring it up? Because I'm going to ask about particulars, because I want to go and recreate this, Mark. I don't want to just beg the question in my observations, Mark.
Oh, you're going to bring up begging the question? You think that's a real objection?
Well, you said atmosphere earlier, which is begging the question.
We don't have an atmosphere?
Actually, it's more of an oxymoron. Is the air sphere-shaped, Mark?
Oh, it certainly is.
Okay, can you validate that for me, please?
Sure. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, you're kind of gish-galloping now. You've asked me to validate different things, so...
Oh, fine. We'll stick to the original begging the question, the curvature of the Earth, which is not validated by any Bedford experiment. Because you don't have an observed phenomena, and you certainly aren't going to, have a hypothesis for this experiment. What are you talking about, dude?
Okay.
Which way did it curve?
Hold on. What are you talking about? Which way did it curve? Do you not understand?
You said that they measured curvature, so it had to have been along a vertical axis, right? So was it a hump or a drop that they measured?
Okay, I posted the Rainy Lake experiment, which is a more modern version of the Bedford one. You can walk through that if you like.
Is that a hump or a drop?
A hump or a drop? What do you mean? We're on a sphere, so it's depending on your perspective, it's all dropping, right? Away from you.
So it's down.
Well, down's relative, but it's falling away from you, if you want to use that term.
So if someone goes on the other side and they're looking at you, would it go down for them too?
Yeah. If you want to use that analogy, the words are kind of weird because we do have a kind of a 2D vocabulary, but yeah.
Down is a weird word for you? Well, see, I'm trying to use 3D.
I mean, it's not very precise. It's not very precise in terms of a 3D globe because our personal experience is more or less a 2D. That's.
Well, I'm trying to use the third dimension here by saying up or down, right? So. Right. So it's a drop for one guy on one side and a drop for another guy on the other side.
Yep.
So in between them, is there a valley?
No.
Okay, so there's no drop, right?
It falls. You're on a ball. One of you's on different. If you're in different parts of the ball, the appearance would be that it falls. I will say falls off or drops, but it's not actually a drop.
You said
right?
Measured though.
It falls off. That's why I'm saying the words aren't really precise because.
No, but you said measured.
Yeah. Yeah, so you look at the measurements.
Like
you look at the measurements, and I'm trying to describe the measurements. And point about describing is you collapse down a lot of different information and down to a few words, and you're going to lose stuff, right? So there's going to be miscommunication.
Okay, so there's no valley in between them, right?
Well, so I'm trying to understand how far apart these people are that you're talking about. Are you talking about?
Well, it's your thing.
A few miles away on no. But you posed a hypothetical. I'm trying to understand the details of it. You posed something a few miles away.
Did.
So, or somebody completely 180 degrees on the globe. Because
we're talking about your measurement here.
Yeah, sure.
Quote, unquote. Right. So was there a vertical measurement down from one guy?
A vertical measurement down, yes.
Okay, great. So then if someone was on the other side, they would have to look up at him, right?
I guess, yeah. I guess that if I understand you correctly, I think I'm following.
So he measured a hill, right?
He measured fall off. Sure. Okay.
Right. So it was a hill, right? So there's no. So
except it was over a body of water, so it wasn't a hill.
Okay. So it's no hill.
Right. No hill. It was over a body of water.
Right. So okay. So then what did he measure?
It was targets, right? There was targets of a certain heights placed at different distances.
Did he measure a drop?
Yes, he measured the predicted drop from flat Earth and a predicted drop from globe, and if you look at the details, I posted it in the chat so you can calculate.
But then
recalculate the appropriate heights for each.
You just said now that it wasn't a hill.
Yes.
Right. Hills drop.
Yes, they do. They can. Sure.
Right.
They also go up. They go up and then they drop. That's generally how hills work. Thank you for the lesson.
It depends where you establish the horizontal, right?
Sure.
Right. So did he or did he not measure a hill of water?
A hill of water. Never seen a hill of water. I mean, I've seen waves before, but not a hill of water.
Right. So did he or did he not measure a hill of water?
He measured a lake that curves along the surface of the Earth, at least apparently, according to his measurements.
Did he or did he not measure a hill of water?
He did not measure a hill of water.
Okay, so there was no drop, right?
There was a drop according. Okay, so a hill has. You understand here. A hill has two sides, right? There's an up and a down, right? In this scenario, there's no down, there's no up, and there may be a down, but there's no up, right? It's all just down.
No down. How can you have down without up, sir?
It's the same. I'm saying it's a curve. There's no up and down to it. There's no peak, right? It is a curve. It is a arc. It is an arc.
So how do you measure that without a drop?
You keep saying this word drop, and I think you're being disingenuous and misinterpreting the word drop.
No, I think you are.
No, I'm not. I'm being very clear about it, right? You start off at one point, and you see it.
When you say drop, is that a vertical?
You see it's an apparent vertical drop as you recede from the observer. In all directions. In all directions.
Right. So then I asked you, okay, so what if there's somebody on the other side? Would they be looking up at him?
They would also perceive a drop.
Right. Okay. So in between would be a valley, right?
No.
So there's no drop because there's no valley, right? So
the drop is consistent in every direction simultaneously, right? So you could either say that if you say it's a hill, you could say it's a hill, I guess, in some weird way, but then it's a hill where everywhere you stand is the peak of the hill.
So you're always on top. So you can't measure a drop because
you can measure the drop from where you can measure the drop from your location, and you can measure how it falls off your location.
No, because from where you measure would also be on top.
Yeah, that's the point. There's no on top in a sphere, right?
Right. So there's no drop.
But again, this is the confusing part of the word drop. What do you mean by drop? Can you define the word drop?
A vertical measured change.
A vertical measured change? That would be up and down is a drop?
Up or down.
Up or down is a drop. Then almost every measure changes. Okay, then you measured lots of drops all over the place.
Down would be along the vertical, correct?
Measure change down.
Okay, it depends on what you define by vertical, right? How are you defining
Perpendicular,
vertical?
horizontal.
Hold on. How are you defining vertical? Because if you define it from
Perpendicular to your sight line.
hold on, if you define it with respect to the observer, right? If you have two observers and they both have let's say a 6-foot pole, right? They both have a 6-foot pole. The 6-foot pole will be still 6 feet from the surface. And let's say it's a completely flat sphere, right? It doesn't exist, but let's say completely flat sphere or on the surface of water, right? A 6-foot pole on the surface of a curved body of water curving along the surface of the earth will be 6 feet above the surface, no matter where you measure it from. Now, its apparent height, right, will be lower relative to someone else, but its real height won't be. So you could say it drops in one sense, but it doesn't drop. It's still the same height.
So you could say that you measured drop, but you really didn't. Right?
I could say it appears to have dropped if it were a 2D, if it were 2D, but because you have to account for the 3D surface, it really doesn't drop, right?
No,
You're saying
3D
the angle to its height, the angle to the top of the pole or the bottom of the pole would change, right? Relative to your position.
3D would be the vertical, up and down.
No, I don't. No,
trying to make it 2D.
I'm saying, well, right, but right when you say angles and those sorts of things, we typically map back to 2D. That's how we talk about it. That's why I was trying to be precise about what I'm saying. And of course, you know what I'm talking about, but you're purposefully misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, I'm not.
I think you are.
No, yeah. I think you're full of shit. How about that?
And I win. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody can win when they obfuscate and say that a drop is a.
No, I win because you dropped the first ad hom.
I didn't ad hom you. I just told you I think you're full of shit because you're saying that you.
There you go.
Measured.
I won twice now.
You measured a drop without a drop.
Measured a drop without a drop. Look at the experiment and tell me what the flaw is in it. You can do that.
Well, I'm asking you about it.
Sure. I'm trying to describe a very long, precise experiment in a few words. In a few words, right?
Then where the guy measured to, if somebody was there, they'd have to look up at the first guy, right? Because there was a drop from the first point, correct? Because the road up is the road down, right? So you measure a drop somewhere. Person over there is going to have to look up at you, right?
Let's just say words like elevation, right, and angle, right? So the elevation. Hold on. The elevation of two people is going to be identical on a globed Earth, right? Let's talk about the elevation, right?
So
the elevation of both.
Hold up, dude. 2 points of equal elevation, right?
Right.
So that's a straight line.
Sure.
That's horizontal, right?
You can say it's a straight line between those 2 points. Yep.
Well, straight line.
Here's a way to think about it, right? So if you have on a plane, a flat Earth, if you have two objects, let's say two poles that are the same height, say 6 feet, right? If you draw a line between those are perpendicular to the plane. If you draw a line between those, that line will form right angles with both the poles and the ground, right? So you'll have right angles, right? On a curved Earth, right, you will not get right angles, you'll get acute angles.
They're both vertical, right?
With respect to their ground, right? With respect to the horizon, the horizontal, with respect to the horizontal axis. So in the case of a plane, it would be with respect to the plane. With respect to the globe, with respect to the center of mass or the center of the Earth.
Well, it's just horizontal, right?
It's just horizontal. I don't know what you mean by just horizontal.
Vertical is just perpendicular to horizontal, right? Nothing special about it.
Vertical in a globe Earth, vertical is opposite of the center of mass of the Earth.
I'm not asking about a globe Earth. I'm just asking about reality, right?
Reality is a globe Earth.
Okay, so in reality, horizontal is a straight line, and all perpendiculars to it will be parallel, right?
On a plane, that's true.
I'm not talking about on a plane or a globe or a pretzel-shaped Earth, just reality.
On a globe or on a sphere, if you put items that are perpendicular to the center of gravity, right, or the center of the object, let's say the center of gravity is not quite the center of the Earth, but let's just say it is the center of the Earth, then those will not be perpendicular. They will be, they will not be parallel. They would be parallel on a plane. Those poles would be at some other angle, right? Some other obtuse angle.
But all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Yes. Yeah, on a plane, yeah.
Right. So we have our horizontal. That's a straight line.
No.
And our perpendiculars to it. So hold up.
Yeah.
Are you saying horizontal is not a straight line?
I'm saying that they don't line up on a horizontal, right? They're not oriented to a horizontal.
They are perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Yeah, on a plane they would be. They're not on a globe.
Are they in reality perpendicular to horizontal?
They're perpendicular to the center of the Earth. They're not perpendicular to, or they're parallel to the center of the Earth. However, they line up with the center of the Earth.
Is vertical
They're actually not perpendicular. They're parallel to the center of the Earth.
Is vertical perpendicular to horizontal? Yes or no?
Depends on how you draw it horizontal.
Straight line, left to right.
You can
to the plane of the horizon.
You can have an artificial horizon, right? So a horizon on a what is
okay, dude. I said way too many words there, and I took you off course. So horizontal line, a straight line, 2 points of equal elevation. Okay.
Yep.
That's it. Right. So vertical would be perpendicular to that, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, on a horizon or on a plane. Yeah.
I'm just talking about reality.
Yeah, except they're not on a horizon. That's the thing.
I didn't say horizon. I said horizontal.
Oh, okay. They're not on a horizontal line or horizon or whatever you want to call it, or horizons related to horizontal.
Picture a level, right? A level establishes a horizontal, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
And a plumb line establishes vertical, correct?
It can. Yeah. Yeah.
Can or does?
It establishes it in a 2D way.
No,
yeah.
We're talking 3D.
You can establish a horizontal line, a line across 2 points that would be quote horizontal with respect to gravity. You can do that. Yeah, that's what a level does. Yeah.
Okay, so we have our straight level line, right?
You can draw a level line between these two points, sure, but the points won't line up because that's not how they're oriented. They're not oriented with respect to a horizon.
So then it's not horizontal.
No, I've never said they were horizontal.
Okay, so can we establish a horizontal?
You can establish a horizontal between them, but that's not how they're oriented.
Can we establish a horizontal in reality? Yes or no? With a tool known as a level. Yes or no will do.
In theory, yes, you can.
In reality, yes or no?
I don't know. I mean, they're really far apart. I don't know if yeah, you can do it. Let's just say with a laser, some type of laser sighting.
It's a level. It's a level. So picture like a 6-foot level.
I know what you're talking about. These targets are miles apart. Sure.
Okay. Just talk about the level here. Start small. Can we make that level horizontal?
You could draw a horizontal line between these 2 points, right? You could. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So there's no slope, correct?
It depends on what you mean by slope, because the
slope means rise over run, right? So the run would be horizontal, rise would be vertical.
Again, you're talking.
No slope.
You're talking about. So you have to establish one of them as a high point, one of them as a low point. Neither one would be a high point or low point.
There's no
horizon. The horizon. Hold on. Each would be on the surface of the Earth, right? So they would actually be equal altitude or equal elevation, right? So the line in this case would run through the Earth, right? It would run actually through underneath the Earth between the 2 points, right?
Okay, so we have our level line.
If it's at the base,
if
it's at the base or the top, either way, yeah.
Straight line, no slope. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Horizontal. So all perpendiculars to that would be parallel.
Yeah,
Correct?
except the poles in this case are not perpendicular to that.
So they're not vertical.
They are vertical with respect to the center of the Earth, the globe Earth.
So vertical, but not perpendicular to horizontal. Is that what you're saying?
Not to the horizontal line you've asked me to draw between these 2 points. No.
Okay. That's a contradiction then.
No, it's not. Only in your made-up world is it a contradiction.
No, only in your made-up world can vertical not be perpendicular and also be perpendicular to horizontal at the same time.
Only if you constrain you to 2 dimensions, sure, right? But on a curve, let's say
we're talking
curve,
3D. We're talking 3D.
You're not though. That's the thing.
Yes, I am.
If you line up, hold on. If you line up 2 points, if you line up 2 points, if you put two poles on a sphere, right, or even on a curve, right? If you line up two lines on a curve, right, on a circle, right? Let's say at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, right? Right on the outside of a circle, 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, right? And you draw, and those are on the face, on the clock face. One's pointing out from 10 o'clock, one's pointing out from 2 o'clock. That form as close to right angles as you can on a curve, right? On a sphere, excuse me, on a circle, right? And you draw a horizontal between those 2 points. You can draw a line between those 2 points that would be horizontal with respect to the circle, right? But yet those the 10 and 2 would be pointing out, and they would form oblique angles, obtuse angles. Sorry, obtuse angles.
So they wouldn't be perpendicular to the horizontal, right?
They wouldn't be perpendicular horizontal, but they would still be perpendicular with respect to the circle.
Well, you can't have perpendicular to a circle, so. But anyway,
you can't really have that. It has to be as close to right angle in that point in the circle as you can get.
All right, so
I can't remember what they call that in geometry. There's a term for it.
Okay, so you're saying they're vertical and not vertical at the same time.
No, I'm not. I'm saying they're vertical with respect to. In this case, I was saying it was simplifying it to 2D because it's simpler with respect to the circle. Let's say in the clock face, right?
You can't have perpendicular. You can't have vertical to a circle.
No, you can't really. But I'm saying that they're at a close to right angle to the circle. Tangential. It's not a tangent. I'm missing my vocabulary for what they call that on a circle.
Okay. Have you ever seen what happens to water when it's not horizontal?
I'm trying to Google because it's bothering me now. I don't know what that's called.
Yeah.
Not a tangent. Looking at it. So tangent's just a line that touches one point. It intersects exactly one point. And it would be be right angle to a tangent is what it would be. Ah, that's what it is. It's a right angle to a tangent. I don't know what
So
they call it.
the tangent. So would the tangent be the horizontal?
In this case, no. But that's a way to describe the line I'm talking about. It would be the right angle of a tangent.
All right.
Touching at exactly the point that the tangent would point, or touching exactly the point that the tangent would touch. Yeah.
Yeah. So have you ever seen what happens to water when it isn't horizontal, like a body of water at rest and uncontained?
Body of water at rest and uncontained. Yeah, I usually have to get the towels out and pick that up.
Yeah. Okay. And you realize water is what we use to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
It's what you was used to establish a center of gravity. Sure. Yeah.
Well, gravity would just be vertical, right?
With respect to the center of gravity, which is roughly the center of the Earth.
You
Yeah.
cannot stop talking about your center. Yeah, it's like
No, I want to be careful because if I
it's
start
like
saying things, if I
implanted
start
in your
saying other
head.
things, you guys start straw manning. So I got to be careful.
Okay, so gravity is just vertical, right? So that would be perpendicular to horizontal, correct?
For each observer, yes, but not for both of them. You can't use gravity to draw a. You can draw. Oh, here's a way to think about it, right? You could use it to draw an average horizontal between the two of them, but for each individual pole or each
Average
individual
horizontal.
observer.
Wow.
Right. That's the way I think about it. Yeah, that's actually. It just occurred to me that's the way to think about it. But for
What's an average horizontal?
Yeah, that's what it would be.
What is that? Average horizontal.
I don't know.
What does that mean?
I'm telling you, I just made that up. So, so you take that for what it's worth. But I think it
Yeah,
holds
sounds
water.
like
I think it holds water. But the point
I
is
don't
that
think so. Go ahead.
well, whatever. I'm not going to hang my head on it. So
Yeah, the guy claiming to be describing reality has to give the constant disclaimers.
right, I don't know everything. Right, I don't know everything. But
No, I mean you
I'm
have to say, well, on a ball. We're just talking about reality, dude. You're wrapped up in this.
I'm talking about reality on a ball. You're talking about
Duck.
I'm talking about reality on the ball. You're talking about reality on a flat plane.
Yeah,
which doesn't exist.
okay. There you go, clarifying again. Reality on the ball. How about just reality? Stop continuously attempting to reify the myth, dude.
God, you guys love that term. I don't think you really know what it is.
Yeah, the myth, the fable, the outer space spinning water ball story that they've got its hooks in you, buddy.
Yes, it's got its hooks in it.
Okay, so you're doing an awful lot of clarifying. You say, well, on the ball, this is what we'd expect. Well, just
yep. I know.
If you're the one talking about reality, no need to clarify it.
Well, there's a lot of reality denying here, so I have to make sure that we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, but you're describing things that would only occur on this water ball you've got in your head.
I'm describing things the way they actually occur in nature and have been observed to occur, right? And I'm trying
right?
And when my interlocutor is bringing up things like horizontal lines, those are abstract concepts, right? And when you try and apply abstract concepts to observe phenomena, that gets tricky.
You calling me an interlocutor was a phenomena in and of itself.
Well, it wasn't you,
congratulations on that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a light moment. Well, we've talked before, Duck, but you seem to forget that. Yeah, man. I mean, you've got this whole water ball thing embedded in your psyche to the point where I don't know, man. You want to say it's reality, but disclaimer. I'm just trying to make you aware of that. There's a lot of disclaimers.
It's called epistemic humility. Would you like me to be more grandiose?
Next time, yeah, no, that's fine. Next time you're doing it, though, maybe back off of it. Just if it can't float on its own merit, no need to prop it up with. But hey, the ball, right, guys? I mean, just you brought up the Bedford level.
Yep.
That's water.
Yeah.
8 miles.
Yeah. I don't know what it was. Again, I started out by saying I know that was the original one.
And then you started pretending not to know what down was, and it just, anyways.
Not to know what down was. No, it turns out other people don't know what down is because it's a really vague term when you talking about.
You go back and forth on it all the time. So
down means gravity. Little g.
All right.
G.
It's late. It's late, guys. I would love to do this more, but I gotta get going.
Mark, wait before you go. Mark,
sure.
Wait before you go. I think the word you were looking for was chord line.
What is it? A chord line. Is that what it is? Jesus. That could be it.
So So there would be a hump then. It would go up from horizontal. No drop.
The term is normal.
Perpendicular, right?
No, normal to a curve is the perpendicular to the tangent.
Normal means perpendicular, doesn't it?
Normal means perpendicular to the tangent and perpendicular to the curve.
So two straight lines, right? Perpendicular.
It is the normal. Thank you. That's exactly what I was. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. That's exactly what it is.
So it's not a chord line.
No, I don't think it's chord line's another useful concept, but I think normal is the point that as I said, it's perpendicular to the tangent, and that's exactly what a normal is. Yeah.
So what would the horizontal be?
To a circle.
So it would be a drop then, right?
Yeah, okay, so explain to me how you draw a horizontal on a circle. Where would you draw that?
You
and
can't.
If you had 2 points, what? Just hold on, just real quickly. I'm absolutely asking this because I don't know how they go together. So let's say you had two of these normals, right, which are perpendiculars to tangents, protruding. Let's say at 10 and 2 on or whatever you want to put them on a clock face, right, on a circle. And what would the word horizontal? How would that relate to this scenario?
Horizontals don't exist on a ball or a circle, dude.
Okay, that's fine. But would you draw a horizontal line? You could draw a horizontal line between those 2 points, sure, right? I mean, you could, but the resulting, but the normals would not be. But the normals with respect to that horizontal
plane. If the points are on the same horizontal plane, that's the only time you could do that.
What I'm saying is you could draw a line between those 2 points, right? Those two, the 10 where the normals intersect 10 and 2. You could draw a line between those two, right? And but the angles, the resulting angles of those would be obtuse, right? They would not be perpendicular with respect to that horizontal line.
Okay, so then you don't have vertical. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
On a plane, but not with respect to. I don't know how vertical relates to.
In reality,
how vertical relates to a horizontal line drawn on a circle. What does that mean?
There are no horizontals on a circle. There's no verticals.
That's my point, Jesus. That's what I was just saying. I don't know how you draw a horizontal on a circle.
So why are you bringing up a circle?
Because it's a 2D representation. It's a flattened globe. It's a simpler method to analyze what I'm saying on a globe.
Why are you bringing up a globe? I'm just talking about straight lines, dude.
Exactly. That's exactly the problem. That's why I kept saying on a globe model, here's what you'd expect. On a globe model, here's what we observe.
I don't care about a globe model. I'm just talking about reality.
So am I. That's why I keep talking about the globe model. All right. I got to go, guys. It's been fun. No, I would love to. If I don't go to bed, I'll talk to you guys for another hour and I'll regret it tomorrow.
If you're talking about reality, then why do you need to use a model, so-called? Why don't you just point to reality instead of a reification?
Again, you guys love that word. You don't know what it means. All right, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, to make concrete that which is abstract, basically, which is what you're doing every single time you say model. They love to say that we don't know what something means.
Yeah, the term for that is model affliction. See, he's the one who has to constantly bring it up, like old Hoss was talking about. He just had to constantly give these disclaimers to, well, on a ball, blah blah. That's called model affliction, and you can't stop talking about it.
In reality, perpendicular to vertical is horizontal.
Always at 90 degrees to horizontal. Yep. Not obtuse, not acute. I don't know what that guy was talking about, but it was funny.
They want to use the horizontal reference plane to indicate a drop in the vertical, right? But then it's not vertical. It's not vertical to the horizontal. I mean, it's just insane that the amount of freaking mental gymnastics that they have to do is incredible. It's either a change in elevation or it's not. Which one? Pick one.
Yep, it's that simple. Don't got to talk about space or any of his orbits or satellites. It's very, very simple.
I had a really stupid one in the chat from Gambino earlier. Said that, he redefined Coriolis as an actual, not apparent force. And so then he said that hurricanes show it. And so I asked him to clarify, so they actually deflect then? It's just not an apparent deflection? And he's like, yeah, that's right. So that debunked the claim of the apparent deflection due to Earth rotation.
Yeah.
Just have to let him talk.
Yeah, just let them talk and watch the magic.
Yeah. So he just took Coriolis and just redefined it as something that it wouldn't be if it were caused by like the underlying rotation of the Earth. And threw that claim under the bus. It was great. There's no way out, Glovers. You can try.
They can check out but never leave.
Yeah, you can check out from reality, but you can't leave. I guess unless you die. Well, even then, that'll be reality.
Yeah, I mean, imagine saying down is a vague term.
It's a doozy. You know, there's a lot more to down than you flirfs realize.
How much more? Is it so much more that it means up too?
Yeah, man.
And sideways and 45 degrees and any
Yeah,
way you want.
down doesn't just mean down. It means every other way, too.
Yeah, falling can be sideways as well. Yeah. We get asked, well, why doesn't it fall to the side, diagonally up, like, and want to claim that there's things in the sky falling sideways?
That's where the magic happens. Just ask them a question, and they'll tell you how their ball works. You know. You don't have to tell them anything.
I don't think we're doing enough for Scott Mackey these days. He comes here for good FE content, and then we just sit silent.
Have we spoken with Juice 7?
Oh, well, I was
Sorry,
going to
Jerry.
say, I mean, that Scott's proof is that he saw a sunset. He saw the sun go down, and boom, ground as a ball.
That's what I learned at the school of Matthew Weathers, too.
There are 2 7s in here. Juice 7 and Glue 7.
You guys know all this confusion about down could go away if you guys would just accept that it's towards the center of mass of the Earth. That's
right.
Down.
Right.
Simple.
That's all.
It's real simple.
Yeah, it's easy. I say it's the direction water flows. That's it.
Well, yeah. Yes, towards the center of mass. Yes.
Yeah, but you're always on top, right? So you can't really flow down, can you?
No
So
matter where you are, you're on top. Yes.
Right. So if you're always on top, then there's no down. Is there,
Except there are some places further away from the center of the Earth than others. There we go.
But those are still, on top, right?
If on top is away from the center of the Earth, yes.
Right. So there's no down.
Down is towards the center of the Earth, or closer to the center of the Earth.
Closer.
Real simple definitions, guys.
Would that be
away from the center of the Earth? Down towards the center of the Earth.
Gravity.
Vertical.
That's what causes things to move towards the center of the Earth. I should say center of mass to be specific. Huh?
I thought that was a curve.
You thought what was a curve?
Gravity. Down.
Yeah, space-time, Scott. Come on.
Yeah, I don't argue space-time.
Good idea. That's wacky.
Yeah, I thought so. I just argue, like you said, sunsets. It's real easy. We all see the same thing.
Right. You just pick something that nobody could falsify and say, "Oh, that proves my position."
If you don't think you're capable of telling whether something is moving away or moving down, I would say that's a you problem. I would be embarrassed to say that myself. Are you guys really going to come on here and say you can't tell whether something's moving away versus moving down? Are you going to really say that in public?
Well, which way is the water flowing?
No, I don't want to talk about the water anymore. I want to talk about the sun.
Yeah, you have to talk about the sky. You have to.
That's my thing.
Yeah, because it's completely unfalsifiable. I get it.
No.
It's a very strong position you have.
Yeah, if you want to take the position that you personally cannot tell whether it's moving down or moving away from you, go ahead, Jerry. Take that position. Announce it to the world that you're incapable of telling.
Welcome to motionless Earth, at least.
Well, see, the problem would be that down would mean it would go down for all observers. That's not how it works, is it, Scott?
Yeah. That's exactly the point.
Okay. So if it's going down for me, someone 500 miles away, would it still be up for them, or would it be down for them too?
500 miles away, it's starting to go down, yeah.
Right.
5,000, it's probably above their heads.
Exactly. So it's not really going down, is it? It just looks like it. Correct?
It looks like it's making a big circle, which I am also capable of discerning with my own bare eyes.
A big flat circle, right?
No.
Well, circles are flat, aren't they?
It would be a big flat circle that we're in the center of, sure.
Okay, so the sun is always above Earth. You agree with that? So it's not really going down, is it?
So it's above. Above Earth. Above is 360 degrees by 360, right? It's
above Earth, yeah.
Yeah. Everything is above Earth. There's nothing that's not above Earth.
Right, so it's not really going down. It just looks that way. Right, Scott?
Yes.
Beautiful. I agree.
It looks like it's making a big circle around us. Yes. And yeah, I think you see that too. And you just don't want to accept it. Either that or you're just completely trolling me, which I still haven't ruled out.
No, the thing is, it looks that way, but we can't prove it. That's the problem.
I know, but why don't you trust your senses? If it looks that way to you, why don't you just accept that's the way it is?
Because I can't prove it like I could prove, geometry. It's not the same, Scott.
Why is it not the same for you?
Because it's just not. It just isn't.
Well, you see a sunset while you're floating on your surfboard, and you're convinced that the Earth is spinning backwards away from that 93 million mile distant star.
Yep.
He said it's going down.
That's about it. That's
you
about
sense
it.
that, do you?
No, I don't sense it. I watch it. I sense it with my eyes. Yes.
You said it's going down, so not the Earth spinning, sun going down.
Don't you trust your senses, Scott, it
Yes,
sounds
I
like
do.
you're a stationary
yes.
earther.
Yes, I do trust my senses.
You were surfing on a stationary earth all along.
As long as it's a globe. It's a step forward for you guys.
Long summer.
As long as we get it a globe, then we can work at that stationary part. Because what I also know is I've been on a merry-go-round, and if you sit on it long enough, you stop feeling like
you just said sunset was the sun going down.
Yes.
Okay. There you go. You've worked on the stationary part.
Yeah, but I've also been on one of those, I don't know if you call it a merry-go-round, whatever it is in those playgrounds, that thing that spins around. What do they call that thing?
Like a roundabout.
Roundabout.
Yeah, whatever it is. I've sat in the middle of those things, and, if it's not spinning all that fast, you can... No, not the carousel. The one that you push, you get some of your friends to push, you sit in the middle, and sometimes they get it going really fast.
Yeah, that someone could fall underneath. The 4 steel handles. Very dangerous.
Yeah, it's pretty damn dangerous. I don't know if they still have them anymore, but they had them when I was a kid.
Very fun.
Yeah. And you could sit on one, right? And
when you're sitting on your surfboard, it's as if you're... I don't know what are you going with this? You were sitting in the middle,
to a different
and
topic.
if you're not spinning you're not spinning very fast, you don't realize you go around.
Yes, but if you're sitting on that thing, right, and you're watching the bicycle drive it right across, and you're watching someone sitting on the park bench, and you're watching all these things go past you,
like
it comes to the conclusion you must be the one spinning, right? Is that not a reasonable conclusion when you see all these objects moving around you?
You climbed onto a roundabout, didn't you?
It's amazing how you guys will never answer very, very simple questions. You have to avoid them at all costs.
Yes, you're spinning. You placed yourself in the center of a roundabout. Yes, when you see a 360 of the park.
Yes, and I see all these people. It looks to me like they're going around me, right? That lady sitting on the park looks like she's going around me. But I use my God-given intelligence. I use my intelligence and figure out.
Well, you remember climbing onto the thing.
Doesn't matter if I remember climbing onto it. If someone put me on and I was blindfolded and they took off the blindfold, if they took off I could discern whether I was the one spinning or whether they're the one spinning. I think I'm capable of doing that, and I think you guys are too.
Yeah, because you walked to the park. You saw where the roundabout was situated at the park, and
this is what's amazing. You guys just have to ignore everything.
Like Homer Simpson sensory deprivation tank episode. I feel like you're.
It's just amazing how you guys have to ignore everything. You know as well as I do. If someone dropped you on one of those things,
we're not ignoring it. We're addressing
it. Then took off your blindfold. You could tell the difference too. We all could tell the difference, right?
You had reference beforehand.
You're telling me the only way you think you're personally capable of telling the difference if you have reference beforehand. You don't think that if they put you on something that you have never seen before, they put you in something and everything was spinning around you, but you couldn't feel yourself spinning at all because your rotational inertia rotational acceleration is pretty much zero. You don't think you can say, hey, I must be the one spinning? I know you can. I know you would.
You say whatever you want.
But you guys know you would, and you reject it.
Dude, reject it?
Yeah. You must have some reason you need to reject it.
Well, it's sort of like when you exit a cult. Go back to it. You realize, wow, they had Scott out there floating on his surfboard, convinced the Earth was spinning, not because his senses, which is where he originally began with. Now he's just going with, well, we can imagine that, right? I know you can.
Yeah. And so, how do you
all.
I'm asking you personally. How
That's
do you
all. So
personally?
it sounds like it's still embedded in your psyche, Scott.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So how do you?
Well, then what's the problem? What's the problem?
Wow.
What's the problem then?
How?
Are you hoping it not to be embedded in your psyche, or are you pushing your belief system? What's going on here?
How do? Hey, you didn't say anything this time. I thought that was your trigger. Every time I said something, is your turn to butt in. So, how do you personally determine whether you're entering a cult or leaving a cult? What are the signs you? What are the signs you use for your own?
Well, since because up and down, you seem to have a decent grasp of. Maybe you can understand before and after.
No, you mentioned a cult.
Well, yeah,
right?
you understand.
I want to know how you know whether you're entering or leaving one. What do you look for? What are the signs you look for?
When everything that the cult proposed is all based on circular reasoning and farcical visual propaganda. Once that veil is lifted, then there it is.
I'm pretty sure that's not where it started for you, though, right?
It's called pulling head out of sand.
And so
there you go. After you're wiping sand from your eyes, that's when you know you had your head buried in sand.
Oh, okay. And so now
you know the beach, right?
Yes. And so walk me through your journey, though. You were going through life.
If you acknowledge that it's embedded in your psyche, and it works for you, what else do you have to say?
What do you mean?
What's your point?
I'm not sure. What is yours? I'm not sure what the question means.
Well, you asked what is before and what is after. How do you know when
I never
pulled your head out of the sand? You said, how do you know when someone's pulled their head out of the sand?
No, I never said
your
that either.
head,
this is another thing I find interesting.
Just
you guys
informed
can't even
me,
hear
is
what
stuck
other
in the
people
sand.
say.
So are you hoping are you hoping to pull your head from the sand? What's going on?
My head's not in the sand. I'm not worried about it.
You said it's embedded in your psyche.
No, I was just playing with you.
Okay, let me know when you want to get real, Scott. Let me know when you want to get real, pal.
Well,
hang loose.
See, Tim, how do we know when we're real?
Brah.
Yeah. Do you think you got the whole world figured out and you have all the conspiracies all figured out and you're now all woke up and the rest of us are still sheep? Hope your life works out well for you. And my guess is it won't. And I find that sad.
As long as it's a ball. Wonders what leaving a cult is like.
That's the rule, T-Dub. As long as it's a ball, everything else conforms to the ball. The rules of math go out the window, geometry go out the window, everything goes out the window. Start with ball, go from there.
Indeed.
That didn't sound like a girl.
Is it flat or what?
What flat? Oh, he's gone.
Hello?
Yes.
What's up, brother?
Oh, the heavens.
I just went into the conspiracy chat room on this politics thing, and they were talking about universal law and shit. And I was asking them, what's up? Fuck, bro, they're all globed out in there. I thought they were way further along. They're all globed out in there. You should go in there and wreck them, bro.
Yeah, they don't know shit, eh?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I find that. Oh, am I in the wrong chat here or what? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm signed into 2 chats at the moment. My bad.
Double chat.
Yeah, my other device is on the 24/7 chat, and I was like, seems like I'm talking in politics, but I think I'm on 24/7 anyway. Okay, conspiracy chat. Yeah, I mean, they don't know. It's really funny. A lot of people that get into truth seeking, they hit this subject, and it's like it's a brick wall for them. Well, I mean, send any of them over here. Let's see who's in there.
They ain't going. They ain't coming in here, bro.
We got B. Oh, okay, Tippy Top. He's annoying. I've had him in here many times. He just obfuscates and plays games. I don't really want to talk to him. Santiago.
No, I didn't want to talk to him. The one guy, I didn't want to talk to him.
Yeah, I recognize Santiago. He's a troll.
He's talking about gravity and stars. Say what?
Do they even know what that is?
No, the dude said he was a physicist expert. And I said, all right, explain the 96% bullshit to me. And then he was like, and then he just went off on a tangent, some philosophy BS.
Yeah. Well, that's what the globe is. It's philosophy. Their priests will admit it. The top astronomers and astrophysicists will say, hey, this is actually all just basically philosophy. Stephen Hawking, I think, said it. George Ellis said it. We take a philosophical worldview approach here. That you can just as easily construct a model that represents the Earth as being geocentric. We can give you mathematics to make it work out. We choose on philosophical grounds to interpret reality as being, well, the Earth being heliocentric, etc. It's philosophy, dudes. It's conjecture, and it's actually more honestly, it's religion.
No, those people really let me down. I thought I was going to go in there and blow their mind.
I always find this with truth seeker conspiracy types. They get to this subject and they're like, oh boy, I can't be tarred with the flat earth brush. I'll lose all my credibility with the normies then, like they haven't already. Oh, they won't believe me about 9/11 if they think that I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that, and I've thought that.
They don't want to be like stuck with that. They don't want that label on them, a flat earther, I think they feel like they have a bunch of labels on them already, so they try to resist that one so that they can sort of redeem some kind of credibility with the masses. I think there's something like that to it.
Heretic, you're like you're in the realm. Does it feel like more people are waking up? Because I felt like that, and then I went in that conspiracy chat, fucking was let down.
Yeah, I think so. I woke up, so I think that's more people waking up. I think it's, we can't be too hasty about it. You got to be realistic about the timeline. I don't think it's going to happen right away. A lot of people are still totally bricked. I think it's happening, but it's a slow burn. Though, I have found, I've had some bad interactions with people in real life about it.
Same.
Like people that I think are pretty smart and reasonable, they will go psychotic when it comes to this, just completely insane.
Same. Remember, I was talking to a coworker once. I was waking them up. They're like, "Yeah, the jibber jab is dangerous. Government lies." And I was like, "What about space?" And I was telling them about space. And then I was like, and they're like, "Oh, that's kind of interesting." Because I'm telling them, Neil deGrasse Tyson says space is 62 miles up. And no one's been there except for the Apollo people. And I was like, "All right, I'm going to tell you something crazy. Don't flip out." And they're like, "I won't flip out. Government always lies." Fucking told them, they flipped out. Like I called it. Flipped out. Indoctrination's crazy, bro. I feel dumb. I feel hella dumb for ever believing the flying through infinity, whatever.
Yeah. I've got a friend that I can have quite a few red pill conversations with, but it came to this topic and he just melted down. He became like the worst Globers that we talk to here.
Yeah, no, same.
And he's like, "Oh, I've seen everything that flat earthers have ever put out there." I was like, "Okay, have you seen this?" And he's like, "No." I'm like, "All right." So here I started giving him the argument, and every single time he stopped me, right away. He'd be like, "No, that's the wrong formula," and I'd be like, "Well, okay, I'll go cite the fucking formula." Go to the Earth curve calculators, give them the formula, whatever. No, that's not the radius. Yeah, it fucking is the radius.
At that point, you just have to have them Google cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, just every single time I even started, and then after he accepted the numbers, it took him like an hour to get him that far. Then he was like, "Oh, how can I trust the coordinates of the rigs? How can I trust?" Just throwing everything into question. He wouldn't even let me make the point, just for the sake of argument. I was like, "Okay, I can back up all this stuff. Just let me at least make the argument so you can hear the logic to it." And he said, No, I won't listen to anything for the sake of argument. And just blinders up, just no way. Won't listen to any of it.
Bro, all right, tell me if you've heard of this from a Glober. My buddy Aaron, he's deep, bro. He's deep on everything but flat Earth. He's fucking down with ancient giants, all types of
fuck, dude.
Old world shit, right?
It's gonna throw dinosaurs under the bus, but it can't be flat. Okay.
But the flat, dude, you know what he told me? He's like, it's like an ant on a ribbon.
Oh.
They don't know. Have you heard that before? They don't know that they're on a curved ribbon. Retarded. Yeah, no, and he literally said you can't see the curve, observe the curve, measure the curve, nothing.
That's my
it appears
argument.
Flat.
That's my argument for it being a globe. I can't tell that it's a globe. What the fuck is that, dude?
Bro, an ant on a ribbon.
Well, they're telling you.
Yeah.
They're telling you they don't experience a curve. They're telling you I experience it flat. And therefore, it's something else.
Yeah, and then I told him to fucking look into cognitive dissonance. Because something went down.
It's like,
and he's taking shrooms and shit.
Yeah.
I told him to ask the guy. He's doing DMT. I told him to ask the guy about the flatness.
I'm actually starting to wonder if, like, maybe we've put ourselves in a dangerous spot by putting ourselves out there with this topic, because people are absolutely psychotic about it. I'm starting to wonder if it'll backfire one day, because it's just just the way that people react when you get into this. It's just so irrational. I just can't even believe the things that I hear from people that I've known like for 30 years.
You have to. The right thing to do is stay on the side of truth. That's what I think.
Yeah, I can't walk it back. I mean, yeah.
Well, I was going to say that you're forgetting axiom 3. All evidence contrary to a globe is also evidence for a globe.
Yeah.
Right? I just posted it there for you.
All right, who's going into that conspiracy chat? It's depressing in there. It's Brian going in there.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to Tippy Top. He's fucking.
I don't want to talk to him either. Is that the physicist guy?
He's just a
trained physicist.
He just plays games.
No, it's messed up because once I see it, once I've saw it 5 years ago or whatever, I don't know. You can't unsee it.
Well, come on, that ocean's flat, bro.
The whole stack of lies.
Seeking a horizontal surface equilibrium at all times. You know it. We all know it. It's how we've always experienced the world. There's no geometric horizon to it either. There's nothing you can do in this world to confirm that it's actually a ball. That's why their main proof is that I'm an ant and I can't tell it's a ball.
The infamous ant argument.
Yeah, it's stupid. That's the thing. I hate it that they forced me into the position of flat earther in a way, because it happened by looking for proof from the Globers and then realizing that their arguments were so stupid that it had to be false. And now, like, I find myself on the margins with people just for having to realize the inevitable truth. So in other words, fucking Globers, why couldn't you have just proven the globe? And if you couldn't have proved it, why'd you have to go around claiming it? Because now you made a weirdo out of me to society. Fuck y'all.
What'd you think about that biblical debate?
Dean Odell?
Yeah.
Didn't watch it.
The Globe guy was really passionate. I'll say that. I didn't like him. I'm biased though. He's just kind of shit talking the whole time.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I just heard today Elon has over 5,000 satellites, Starlink satellites up.
Oh, well then we know for sure the world's a ball. Heard it on TV.
Oh shit!
Stuff in the sky.
I just put my fucking weed in my jar that I was drinking coffee out of. Allegedly.
It's an alleged coffee cup?
All alleged. I can't tell if my coffee cup's a sphere.
Yeah, it's hard. You're too small.
Yeah. Yeah, it's space time.
Yeah, so it might be contracting and bending and warping and shit. You can't really know. I can't really know what anything is, therefore I know that I'm on a ball.
Yeah, I know nothing. I know nothing, so that means I'm on a ball.
Yeah. You can't really know anything, and science doesn't prove anything. And that's my proof that I live on a spinning ball.
So do you guys just hang out in here all day waiting for Glovers?
No, I've been too busy to hang out here all day lately. But, I mean, well, us guys, yeah. Yeah, we keep the place open all day. Somebody's here.
Dude, you know who I really admire? The Alpha Veritas guy. That's like one of the main guys, right?
No, he's gone.
What happened to him?
No clue. He decided to leave.
Are you for real right now?
Yeah.
No one's had any communications with him? As far as you know, that's wild.
He hasn't said much other than he's done with the place, and that's all I know.
Hold up, I thought that he just spends most of his time at the, regular 24/7.
He said he's done with politics, and that's all I've heard.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. So he's not like done, right?
I have no idea. He just said on 24/7 he's done. I have no clue why, what prompted it, whatever. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he hasn't been here in a while.
Yeah, he's done. Allegedly.
Yeah, that's fucked up, bro. All right, I'm gonna go to the religious chat.
It's time.
Time.
Yeah, I think this place is better because there's more new people, you know?
Yeah, we get a lot of new traffic. It's easier to catch people here. It's a huge server. You're always getting newbies in and out. It's a good place to set up shop. I don't know what sort of backroom talk or politics might be going on, but maybe none. I don't know. No clue.
I was actually surprised that you nominated Bev to be a mod.
Yeah.
Just like,
well,
yeah. Go ahead.
Figured why not? I mean, I don't know. I don't know him that well, but he is pretty well known around the community, and he does seem to like holding it down in the graveyard shift hours for us. So I don't know. I thought maybe just let him have full reign of the place while he's here. I think he's good for it, but oh well.
Well, the reason why I'm surprised is because so many people here don't like him. You know, like Jedi and I don't know, a couple of others. So it's good. I would love it if Bev was here more, because he could actually have a conversation with someone and not let it kind of spiral. And if it does spiral, he would just boot him. So.
Yeah. Well, they usually seem to spiral when he talks to him anyway.
Right.
They don't like that approach at all. They get so angry that a guy here was here last night, and he just kept ranting about how like this is what happens when Bev's crew is allowed in, and
Yep. Yeah, he doesn't like the shrugging emoji. He thinks that's passive aggressive and characteristic of the Bev crew.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really funny.
But a guy used to go under a different name, Funk, like a couple of years ago. So he's been hanging around Flat Earth, kind of pissing himself off for a long time. Like, he's not going to go anywhere. Go ahead.
That's just a weird thing to do. I mean, well, maybe I'm doing the same thing. Hanging around globe people, pissing myself off.
That's the thing. That's why I like it here, because there's new people, right? There's no Koshos or Xanax or Rumpuses or Brendas fucking up the conversations all the time. There's new people.
Yeah, that's what I'm about too. I don't want to talk to Matthew Learns again. I don't want to talk to Scott Mackey when I see him. I'm not interested in just recovering the same old ground with the same old people at all. I'd rather talk to somebody who doesn't know the subject, someone there might be a chance with.
Oh, Sarugaki, the guy I was just thinking about, because we were talking about Funk, or a guy. He was trying to get you to commit to a shape of sea level, and it's ridiculous. for a long time too. It was like 45 minutes, dude. Just holy shit. Waffle.
Jo, was geht? Ready? So popular. What up?
Yo.
Yo, is that you in your Lambo?
Yeah.
Wait, I think I talked to you. You're the guy.
I'm that nigga. Yo, I'm joining the call below us. There's no one fucking talking in here.
Hmm. Hello, my fellow gay people.
Oh, they're all muted. Fuck, they're all offline. Damn it.
So, pen pal.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Anyone here? Hello, hello, hello.
They are. It's flat.